All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. If you're just tuning in, hope you're having a better one, if possible. I have not slept, so fuck it. Fuck it. More news. We got a news conference coming up with maybe some more information about the shooter. You know, like that's what I've been waiting for. That's why I haven't slept, because this story is so sideways of everything that has happened from the moment Charlie was murdered and assassinated to the immediate finger pointing, targeted finger pointing, to the fact that we have no answers yet still this morning on who the shooter is, what weapon they used. Maybe we're going to learn that. Maybe we'll learn some more details about the weapon. And I don't have anything like we have a suspect in custody. You had the FBI director have to make multiple corrections. Look at you have right-wing influencers talking about I want everyone's life completely ruined who is publicly celebrating Charlie Kirk dying. I don't care if you're a doctor or a cashier. I want you to that is the rhetoric they've been putting out all night. So I actually haven't been able to sleep because I'm like up and I'm watching the very people that engage in this rhetoric all the time make it worse. And it's like what are you mad at? You're not actually mad at the fact that Charlie was murdered. You want to point it and make it a political talking point and then go off of that. We don't know anything. Maybe I'm hoping we learn something here in the next 5 minutes, which is when the press conference is going to start. But we were up all night last night. Shout out to anyone that was up with me. Pretty late. Going into some more any details. We got a news conference coming up, so that's really why we're going live. I'm not just going to sit and talk. Well, we will. I will talk with you guys about it, but we have an actual news conference. FBI officials announced they will hold a news conference this morning as the shooter responsible for the killing of Charlie Kirk remains at large. The news conference expected to begin around 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is 7 a.m. Mountain time, 5 minutes from now. According to a spokesperson, will include the FBI special agent in charge and Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason. So we have that coming up here in the next 5 minutes, you guys. But we have nothing new. We cannot coexist. That's an established fact. We either need a national divorce or a civil. So this is what right-wing influencers are saying. The same guy who was sharing my streams. Now I know why I have an absolute rabid Facebook fan base. Not everyone, and we've changed it and flipped it on my main page on Mercado Media on the Facebook. It's definitely flipped. But this is why my personal page, because this guy was sharing my streams back in 2020 when I was out in the streets of Minneapolis. Amiri King, right-wing influencer, used to be on Vine, a Vine influencer. He's on TikTok, I think, maybe. I don't know. He's canceled on shit. But this is what he puts out, though, normally. Even if there wasn't a Charlie Kirk murder yesterday. Yeah, man. Responses from Democrats. I've only seen nothing but condemnation of the murder and nothing but like we need to stop the political violence. Meanwhile, the opposite from right-wing influencers, and they don't even care about the actual details of who murdered Charlie. Charlie built that. They wouldn't have nothing. Like, be serious. They would have nothing without Charlie. They would have nothing without Turning Point USA and what the youth conservative movement provided to MAGA. And the leader of that is dead. And it doesn't seem like they actually care about the details of it. They have their narrative and they're running with it and making it's scary. You had like some actual left, like Hassan nearly broke down crying. That was tough yesterday. Looking at that, you had Dean Withers cry actually, like on stream. Everyone, I didn't see a single response from anyone that's nearly like left leaning a little bit. That was like, what the fuck, dude, and was shook yesterday. Even though we like absolutely are opposed to everything Charlie Kirk has to say or had to say. Not a single no one that has a platform that has of influence that is like even talking about left-leaning politics at all at any point was celebrating yesterday. And there's nothing wrong with showing Charlie Kirk's own words. as a way to deal with it, as a coping mechanism. It's far better than what Charlie Kirk would do when murders would take place in our country right afterwards. Here you go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, we're going to have a press conference coming up. We need better audio, please. Oh man, AP, please don't have some scuffed audio this time. That might be the best we got for right now. Fox 9, but it's only out of one ear. Did they not have better audio in Utah? It was bad yesterday. We could barely hear. Did they get the guy? No. Still at large. I know Hassan's not a Dem or a liberal. He's on the left. Further than me, obviously, but like he's still the left. That he would be, that is categorized as what Trump put out yesterday. And we had an AI generated image of Donald Trump, which that's what that was, by the way. Donald Trump that they put out there, and what he said was disgusting. You have people that, like, at very least are just literally sharing Charlie Kirk's own words, and Charlie Kirk's fans are like mad at that because people are posting his own words. But at the very least, the majority of the energy I'm seeing from people that would be opposed to Charlie Kirk are trying to figure out what the hell happened. Who killed him? Why did they kill him? We want facts. And if it is it's already been labeled a politically motivated assassination by the Utah governor. It took place at a political rally. If we get details and we get FBI details into whoever shot him, then that's the truth. But until then, we have no idea. The level of professionalism that had to go into killing Charlie Kirk in terms of the skill on that rifle, at the distance, the elevation, the immediate, like, one shot and then they're up and running in like 2 seconds.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The artery that was hit.
Check. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Everyone check in. Share the stream if you could. We got a press conference coming up to actually give us some facts here, hopefully. Yep. I shared all the videos. We're all caught up on it all. I've been live since it began yesterday. If you guys have been watching other news, you know, it is what it is. But we're live on Mercado Media during this time. Every time there's breaking news. So we've seen the videos of the shooter. We can go over that after this press conference, but I don't want to miss anything. There's a couple of them. One from inside the campus and one from on the sidewalk. And you can easily see a shooter. Might have to turn the audio up. People are saying if it was professional, it would have been the head. Do you agree with me? If it no, it would have. They hit him in a guaranteed one hit kill.
5, 6, 7, 1.
People survive headshots, maybe not to a big rifle, but it was literally in a spot on the artery that is a guaranteed. Like, Charlie was dead before. Like, if you like, he died before he even knew it. Before he even knew, like, there was no suffering, or like he didn't, like, had to gasp for life or whatever. He was dead the moment he was struck. Yeah, what's it called? The carotid artery. I'm not a doctor. Okay. Do we have, please start soon, AP. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to turn this up. The level of, again, all of the skill going into using that rifle, the planning, the clear ability to leave the police and know how to evade the police in broad daylight in a red state, let alone, like, come on now. Are there like no law enforcement resources, and like we're calling for the National Guard to go to Chicago and shit because of like crime, but then there's like a campus shooting involving one of the biggest right-wing influencers in our entire country, and they'd have no idea what's going on.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Good morning. Good morning. This is a mic check from Orem, Utah.
Please fix it.
1,
Please
2,
fix it, Fox.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We good?
No.
Still need more? 1, 2.
Thank you for the hot dog.
No more? Okay. Mic check. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. 1, 2.
Why are you trying to pretend you didn't spend years calling him a
Mic
fascist and
1,
low-key telling...
2,
You're a...
3.
I spent hardly any time talking about Charlie Kirk. If anything, it would be because Ukraine came up and it'd be like, oh, here's another take from Charlie about how Russia's justified and Zelensky's a Nazi. And we're giving all of our money to him and he's stealing all of your money. And like that's what he was telling his base. But beyond that, I would not, I barely ever. I also interviewed Charlie. I already pulled that up on stream last night too. Forgot about that though. Democratic National Convention. I asked him 2 questions. I'm surprised I didn't secure high ground. Well, not even that, because he's not a politician and he's not the president. He's not a senator or anything like that. But he had security detail. There was police. Why was there nobody just scanning and doing security? Like that's their job. Their job is to be paid to literally look for threats or potential threats for anything that you're doing in the security situation that you're employed for. And only that. So I'm just wondering what the hell, like there's the security lapse, the details, the immediate blame,
Okay,
the
one more mic
president
check.
posting an AI generated
3. This is a mic check. 1,
AI generated video, also the one to
1,
break
2,
the
3,
news.
4, 5. Thank you.
Was Charlie Kirk he was changing his tune about the Epstein files? I don't know. I didn't watch
Mic
Charlie.
check. 1.
I knew his takes like from being shown him on the internet. But this video is AI generated Trump though. The hands glitch, his pinky glitches, and gives away that this is an AI generated video of Trump. But it's also obvious when you look at his facial movements. And his head is disproportionate, actually, weirdly enough. FBI director posting, we got him. Oh, oops. We released him. The school. We got him. They're still at large. The FBI. If anyone has any tips, please call. We have no idea. Yeah, audio is still shit. It's like out of one ear. Maybe we'll get another news will go live there too. In the memorial for 9/11. I posted a 9/11 memorial post on Facebook last year and got put in Facebook jail, so I don't know what that is, so every year I'd make the same 9/11 post or a similar one. Washington Post, better audio maybe. Okay, we either get left ear or right ear, it sounds like. I love that. There you go. Well, MSNBC will have the best audio. I'll have the gain up too, just in case. It hasn't started yet. I was in... Oh boy. Would have been second grade, third grade. I'm now, like, it used to be so vivid for me back when I was like, I knew immediately, but now I'm getting older and more tragedies are happening and it's melting my brain. So it's either second or third grade. It would have been like what? It would have been like right now. Oh, it would have been already an hour into it. It was 8 in the morning, Eastern, wasn't it?
Hi everyone, my name is Hillary Kellner. I'm the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I just wanted to give you all a quick 5-minute warning. We are going to have the special agent in charge with the FBI as well as Commissioner Mason with DPS. So if you want to get that ready, this should be here in the next couple minutes. Thanks.
So could you tell us the names, please, and spell?
Yes.
Funny how Charlie was a fatal shooting, but if he had been an illegal or different complexion, it would be rioting or yelling murder. That's literally what people are doing. What are you talking about?
Here, I'll be right back.
Have you not been reading the political takes of the right-wing pundits for the past 12 hours straight? There's already like a White Lives Matter protest planned. You had gatherings at the Idaho. Like, what do you mean? Idaho Vigil. What do you mean? This is the Idaho Vigil for Charlie Kirk. Got out of hand. So they're claiming unhinged leftists started a fight at the Charlie Kirk Vigil. So they're like beating someone. So that's happening already. That was last night. You were saying? What was that? You want to come again on that one? At least we don't go and riot and do anything crazy and violent, like raid the U.S. Capitol building, try to stop the election or something. We haven't never done anything. I don't want to have to turn the membership stuff only, so you guys are just going to have to put all the energy into the chat. Anyone making this like about religious 666 shit, probably a troll. Like, we got to realize there's a lot of Russian bots all over this right now. We got troll farms going on level 10 right now.
Okay, is everybody ready for that spelling? FBI speaker is Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles, R-O-B-E-R-T, last name B-O-H-L-S. And then for the Utah Department of Public Safety, we have Commissioner Bo Mason, B-E-A-U, last name M-A-S-O-N. Anyone need me to repeat that? One more time. Robert Bowles, R-O-B-E-R-T, Bowles, B-O-H-L-S, and then Bo Mason, B-E-A-U, Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Everybody got that? Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Hillary Kellner. I'm the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today, we will have two speakers, one representing the state of Utah and one representing our federal agencies. They will be providing some updates as well as a recap of what happened here at Utah Valley University yesterday. We will be able to take a couple of questions after they are done speaking, but it will be short in order to stay in tune with the president speaking at 9:45. So I'll go ahead and introduce Commissioner Bill Mason.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process.
Too late.
They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
On foot or
Our
what?
investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads.
He left on foot?
We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. That family's devastated. As a Commissioner of Public Safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring fill. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
What about the rifle?
Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
Maybe you'll have more answers.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting.
There's something.
It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Okay, so they have the weapon.
Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so.
What
throughout
wood
the
line
course
was it
of
found
this
in?
investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her, say you're confident in this thing in terms of tracking down who they are. Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanour? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask, what were the security arrangements in place? Was that route being monitored? It's a question many people will have.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful,
What kind of description is that?
Immediately, we will reach out for the public's help. And
What the fuck is that?
Those photos.
Really?
That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's
They're
something
an
that's new
individual
and
of the
we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
Cons-
I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you found the gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods? And is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will.
Central Agent Bowles, now with the BBC, from the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he was in this time span?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
What?
Image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
Can you
What do you?
trace the owner?
Now that you've been able to recover, do you believe you know who this person is, the person that you're looking for at this point?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that.
Oh my God, this is so fucked.
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release.
Agent Bowles, there's been a lot of turnover at the FBI. Do you think that's impacting the investigation at all?
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far. All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
Wow. Holy shit. What a bunch of bullshit that was. What a bunch of bullshit. Well, you learned that they have a bolt. They do have the rifle. Important information that was learned here. We're going to hear Trump speak, I guess. Bolt action rifle found in wooded area. They do have images of the shooter. They were asked, do you have an image of his face or their face? And they were like, we have images. They said the shooter took the stairway to the rooftop. Oh my God. They said they took the stairway to the rooftop. This is so weird. This is why I didn't sleep, because this is so fucked. So my prediction was right then. The way that they made it sound was they jumped off where they could and go into a wooded area. Where's the wooded area? Right here? Brother. We're not dumb. Would the wooded area be the trees in the houses here? Or where's the woods? In the park? Wow, that was a whole lot of absolute fucking nothing. Where is the law enforcement? Why weren't they standing with the local law enforcement? I'm all messed up now. I don't know the geography of Utah, sorry. Is the wooded area the trees here? Like right across from the campus? Are we counting woods, the trees in the neighborhood? Maybe this area? Trying to figure out where the woods would be. Maybe right here? Are these woods? More like a line, a tree line, maybe. They do have shoe imprints. And then he said, that was so weird what he said. They said they're a person of the institute. What did he say? What was it? What did he say? They're a person of the college. Let's just hold on until Trump comes back, until Trump comes on. They're a person of the college institution. They're college aged. And then they're like, did they go to the college or anything? We can't tell you that information at this time. It sounded like they were giving more of a narrative instead of like the 3 facts we got, which was they do have a rifle, so that can lead to something if it can be traced. They said it was a bolt action rifle. They have images. There's shoe imprints. Let's just hold on one more time on this until we get Trump. One more time on that. Was the shortest update. This is, again, it is what it is. Charlie, I disagreed with him on so much, but to say he wasn't a big influencer or like a big deal to, you know, a lot of people would not be true. He was a major deal to a lot of people. And this is like the quickest, like, this is wild. I feel like I'm, oh my goodness. Let's listen to him one more time until Trump is, let me know if Trump starts, or I'll have it up on the side here. One more time here.
Good morning. I am Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. I'd be remiss if we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country. Just to recap yesterday's...
Also, Marvin, thank you so much for the Twitch. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. When I'm on breaking news time, I'm locked in. So I'll try to thank you, but thank you.
At around 12:20 p.m., political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock, all day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies.
Hold on.
Sandra.
Are you serious right now?
Ernest M. Wilshire.
Is he having a stroke?
Lieutenant Commander David L. Williams, United States Navy.
They're naming all the names of everyone that was
Major
killed.
Dwayne Williams,
Every
United
year
States
anniversary.
Army.
Can't even stay awake for the 9/11 victims.
Chief Marvin Roger Woods,
All the
United States Navy, retired.
all the first responders.
Captain John D. Yamnicki, Sr., United
Is he in a
States
wheelchair?
Navy, retired.
Holy shit, dude. Is that why they did AI Trump last night?
Yancey,
That's why they AI generated him last night. I'm not tripping. His fucking lip is...
W. Youngcom, United States Navy. Chief Donald M. Young, United States Navy. Edmund W. Young, Jr. Lisa L. Young. Shuwen Young. And her husband, Yu Guang Jen.
What is going on? Did he have a stroke? This is just a cursed week. This is so fucking cursed. Alright, so hold on. Can't do that. So let's do the rest of this and we'll come and see our leader stroking out to the 9/11 memorial ceremony.
The university, our federal partners with the FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the...
This is the important part now. Okay, back to the details of the Charlie Kirk shooter.
Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to...
So he did that, the stairwells. There's one stairwell. Is you think he's just like... Okay, I'm lost again. It'd be this one stairwell to get to the roof. That's how you get up there. It's easy rooftop access. You just go up those stairs. Through the... Nobody... Do you have him with a right... How did he bring the rifle into the building? Like... What? How was it in a case? Was it in a duffel bag?
To the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building.
Which would have, like, that was what I said. We had the news talking about this was likely his path. He went this way and jumped off right here. This is the easy place to jump off, it looks like. Would have had to have jumped off here. That's why in that video we saw yesterday from inside of, here you go. From inside of the campus, that's why the shooter on the rooftop is running and sprinting to the left. Which would be his right, or their right, whoever they are. Sounds like it's a man. And they ran this way, directly here likely, which we don't have that detail as facts, but this is the only place, or here. You jump out, down off of, you got the, what is that, the air conditioning for the school, or the some of the ventilation, I don't, jump off of that, and then jump down from there, but then what? It had to have been here, and then he'd have to have left here. He said they're in the neighborhoods. We'll get to that part. Like, there can't be... Like, where do you go? So he's in the neighborhoods, right?
And fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
Into a neighborhood. Which neighborhood? You think wouldn't that be? No. Hold on, wait. Fuck this. There's a manhunt. Wouldn't you give a notification to the residents of Utah that you have a mass shooter on the loose? There's a mass shooter in your neighborhood. Stay inside, shelter in place. What is happening? No, fuck that. You have a mass shooter. Sorry, not a mass shooter. A school shooter that shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And he's in your neighborhood. What is happening? When we had the political assassinations in Minnesota, it was the cities that it took place were sheltered in place. Well, the manhunt was underway. Brooklyn, what was it? Brooklyn Center in where Melissa Hortman lived.
Investigators have worked through those.
That's why Walls didn't go to the No Kings rally. People were scared to go because there were cities locked down. Because the shooter was on the loose still. Vance Bolter was still on the loose. What are we talking about?
Neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly
Anything you can find with doorbell cameras?
Worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As the Commissioner of Public Safety,
Spilling water all over myself and shit. He's about to speak, so we might as well listen or wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Dan Kane,
maybe not
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, Secretary Hegseth, members of the President's Cabinet, and leaders from across government, the military, distinguished visitors, veterans, first responders, fellow Americans, and most importantly, the families of our fallen from that day. Thank you for being here to gather in remembrance, to grieve our nation's loss, and draw strength from the heroism Americans demonstrated that day. September 11th reminds us that even in the darkest of times, American strength endures, and if attacked, we will immediately fight back. 24 years ago, on a beautiful morning here in Washington, American Airlines Flight 77 took off at 8:20 a.m. from Dulles International Airport, with 59 passengers and crew bound for Los Angeles. Here at the Pentagon, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardmen, and civilians began what they thought would be an ordinary day of service. They kissed their loved ones goodbye, dropped kids off at daycare, and commuted in here for another day of duty, having no idea what they were about to face. 200 miles north of here, Al-Qaeda terrorists took control of two aircraft, American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175. At 8:46 a.m., the first plane was flown deliberately into the North Tower. And minutes later, the second airplane was flown into the second tower. We all knew at that very moment that our world had changed, that America was at war. And then at 9:37 a.m., just moments ago, 24 years ago, American Airlines Flight 77 ripped through the West Wall here at the Pentagon.
Where were you at?
Where
Comment in the
our flag
chat.
outside the building now hangs.
If you were alive.
And this ground that we stand upon became hollowed.
School was shut down.
977 were lost in the attacks that morning. The conventional wisdom is that our nation went to war weeks later in Afghanistan. The truth is, we went to war immediately, and America started to fight back before the attack was even over. In New York City, firefighters, police officers, paramedics, first responders, and everyday citizens charged into towers, climbing hundreds and hundreds of flights of stairs to rescue their fellow Americans. And right here in this courtyard at the Pentagon, as flames filled the corridors and smoke followed, service members and civilians went into that flame to save their fellow teammates. They covered their faces with t-shirts rolled in water to shield their skin and pushed through the fire and rubble. They carried the wounded out and they went back in again and again and again and again until others had to stop them from going back. And even as this building burned, the Pentagon never shut down. Survivors organized and thousands went to work to defend our nation. And there were 40 first responders on United Airlines Flight 93. 40 heroes who, unlike us who wear the cloth of our nation, never took an oath to protect and defend our nation. They just got on an airplane. And knowing full well what was happening, they found the courage and commitment to run forward in that airplane, sacrificing themselves over the fields of Pennsylvania to save Americans that they would never meet and never know. And I, for one, think of them every day and the gift of courage that they gave my squadron mates and I on that day. So as we come here together, let us reflect and let us never forget. Let us never forget the families who've shown us what true courage looks like as they continue to persevere through the years after. And let us all be inspired by the determination of those brave heroes who showed us that day what America is all about. And let anybody who ever considers attacking the United States remember those examples as well, and the great American warrior spirit that was shown that day. Thank you very much, and now it's my distinct honor to introduce our nation's Secretary of War. May we never forget our fallen. May we never forget our deployed.
We're not listening to this clown. We're going to go back to the FBI agent. If Trump starts speaking, we'll listen to him, but we're not listening to this loser. You can go watch that if you want to, but I don't care what he has to say.
There's a husband. I can only...
So anyways, this FBI press conference from Charlie Kirk shooting is very suspect, and that's why we're reviewing it one more time. It just happened.
As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen this state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator.
It sounded like he was talking like a politician more than like just like an FBI agent investigating, right?
The community to show what Utah is known for. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles in charge.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled.
In a wooded area where the shooter had fled. Still looking for the woods. Unless, over here? Is this wooded, though? Or is it just, could we call that wooded? The only big batches of trees to, like, put a rifle into would be, like, here. Or just, like, right across from the campus in here. And did he leave on foot? That, like, just, he obviously left on top of the building, but did he get in a vehicle? We don't get any of those answers today.
So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and
a palm print. Footwear impression. What do you say, a palm print?
Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints.
Forearm imprints.
For analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family.
Him. So it's for sure a male. Male. Because they're not telling clear. Just they're giving like a feeling narrative time instead of like facts and evidence. So the male shooter. Thank you. I didn't catch that in the earlier part.
We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media until we find him. Pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
So male.
We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Commissioner James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask about the shooter? There's clearly information about him or her. You say you're confident in this thing in terms of tracking down who they are. Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanor? Do you think it's a man? And also, can I ask what?
Yeah, so like more information about the identity. Do you think it's a man? Even though the other guy just clearly said until we find him. And then he asked about what were the security arrangements that Charlie Kirk had in the school.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution.
And what does that mean? The student blended in well with the college institution. What in the fuck is that? How do you blend in well in all black, wearing like what looked like they were wearing an all black vest? You blend in well carrying in a bolt action rifle on a rooftop, and you're by yourself on the rooftop. What are we saying? FBI director of whatever. No, you're doing not Cash Patel. Sorry, I'm a little sleep deprived, a little bit. The FBI field office in Utah and stuff from Salt Lake City.
Not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age.
Of college age? So are they of the institution? Like, are they from the school? Are they a student? Or are they just college aged? Very important distinction, I think.
We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight.
If you couldn't identify them immediately, then we'll ask for your help. But it's been how long? They can find the identity of anyone right away. They had the identity of the mass shooter in Minnesota right away. Thankfully. Good. Found out who they were. Evil, sick, disgusting thing. I didn't even call it a human being. That took the life of those kids. We had that right away. Same stream. Breaking news. Hour or two later, bang, image.
Working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that.
From that moment forward, this structure stood as a monument to American strength, power, and
this is live.
American freedom. Exactly 6 decades later, on September 11th, 2001, those same walls built with the sweat and muscle, blood of our parents and grandparents were scarred by flame and shaken by terror as our country came face to face with pure evil. On that fateful day,
yeah, he is like stroking out, actually.
The very symbols of our civilization. Yet here in Virginia,
he's not doing well.
In New York, and in the skies over Pennsylvania, Americans did not hesitate.
Do you think that's...
They stood on their feet and they showed the world that we will never yield, we will never bend, we will never give up, and our great American flag will never, ever fail. That terrible morning 24 years ago, time itself stood still. The laughter of school children fell silent. The rush of our traffic came to an absolute halt. And for 2,977 innocent souls and their families, the entire world came crashing down so suddenly. In the quarter of a century since those acts of mass murder, 9/11 family members have felt the weight of missed birthdays and empty bedrooms, journals left unfinished and dreams left unfulfilled. To every member that still feels a void every day of your lives, the First Lady and I unite with you in sorrow. And today, as one nation, we renew our sacred vow that we will never forget September 11th, 2001. Amid the horror of that morning, some used cell phones and office lines whispered their final words to those who mattered most. They whispered indeed. At 8:59 a.m. aboard United Flight 175, Brian Sweeney called his wife Julie. He told her, "Do good, go have good times. I totally love you. I'll see you again. I'll meet you up there." 4 minutes later, his plane hit the south tower of the World Trade Center. At 9:12 a.m. aboard American Airlines Flight 77, Renee May called her mom. Just the day before, Renee had learned that she was 7 weeks pregnant, but she never got the chance to share the news. She simply said, "I love you, Mom." 25 minutes later, Renee's plane struck the Pentagon. So violent, a strike it was. At 9:53 a.m. aboard United Flight 93, Elizabeth Wayneo called her stepmom.
I've never heard him sound like this.
They're getting ready to break
This is the
into
worst
top.
he's ever sounded,
What
ever.
do I do? I love you so much. They're going to break in. 10 minutes later, Flight 93 ended in the hallowed field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. At 10:25 a.m., Tom McGinnis was trapped on the 92nd floor of the North Tower when he told his wonderful wife, Elena, on the phone, "There are people jumping from the floors above us. We get out of here, it'll be a total miracle. I love you, darling. Take care of Caitlin, beautiful daughter." 3 minutes later, the tower fell. Out of the ash, we witnessed the awesome power of that incredible love. We've seen it rise again. Out of the wreckage, we watched unbelievable courage suddenly take form. And out of the darkness, we saw the timeless truth of American character shine for the world to see. In America, we take blows, but we never buckle. We bleed, but we do not bow. And we defy the fear, endure the flames, and emerge from the crucible of every hardship stronger, prouder, and greater than ever before. Last year, we were a dead country.
Oh boy.
Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Really?
In New York, there were heroes like Chuck Costello, 46-year-old elevator mechanic, and a member of the Knights of Columbus. He selflessly ran into the World Trade Center.
Is he whispering?
People trapped in the elevators. His body was not found until the following January, deep under the debris. While going through his belongings, Chuck's widow, Mary,
Why did he say that?
phenomenal woman, started a personal prayer written in his own words, "Help me to light the way for those in the dark, and when I enter the darkness, let me not panic, but patiently wait to remember the light." Beautiful words. When the time came, Chuck ran boldly into the darkness of hell on earth, and now he shines in the light of heaven above. We remember him this morning. That day we learned that the American heroic spirit was all around us. We saw it in the police officers, the great firefighters, the service members here at the Pentagon, and in the hearts of every American who answered history's call. One such hero was Army Sergeant First Class Steve Workman, who was on the edge of the impact zone when this incredible Pentagon was hit. He was right there. After leading hundreds of people to escape routes, Steve turned back and plunged into the inferno itself. pushing through the debris, he came upon a severely burned Navy lieutenant, the only survivor from the Navy Command Center. Only one. The wounded lieutenant looked into Steve's soul and said, "Don't let me die." Steve replied, "I won't. I got you. Just hang on." He wheeled the lieutenant out of the wreckage of the back of a maintenance cart before getting in the ambulance and taking him to Walter Reed Hospital. That man Steve saved, Lieutenant Kevin Schaefer, went on to join the elite team of CIA operatives who located Osama bin Laden. Steve, you're an American hero. We appreciate it. We appreciate what you've gone through. Please stand. Please stand. Good-looking man. A good-looking guy. You remember that day. You remember that day. Yeah, thank you very much, Steve.
Of course he does. Oh my God, brother.
That was something. That was something.
Wow.
In the years that followed, America's warriors avenged our fallen and sent an unmistakable message to every enemy around the world. If you attack the United States of America, we will hunt you down and we will find you. Go all over.
This is
sometimes magnificent.
He is not. He is.
We will crush you without mercy, and we will triumph without question. That's why we named the former Department of Defense the Department of War.
Oh boy.
It will be different. We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to change the name. Well, now we have it back to where we all wanted. Everybody wanted it. Everybody is so happy to have it back.
Oh my God, dude. This is at the 9/11 memorial.
Fail and America will win, win, win.
Oh my God.
The enemy will always fail. 24 years have passed since that Tuesday morning in September, and an entire generation of Americans have come of age in a totally different world. While they cannot remember the agony of that day, they are carrying on the legacy of those who lost. Around 8:30 a.m. on the morning of the attacks, Army Lieutenant Colonel Kip Taylor sent an email to his friends and family describing the joys of fatherhood and his excitement for the upcoming birth of his unborn son. He wrote, "After you have kids, there are days that you just get going and you say, 'Hi, honey, I'm home.' What we do until that moment pales in comparison, but just that little statement, 'Hi, honey,' so American, so beautiful."
What?
But that's really the point of it all, isn't it?
What?
An hour after he sent that email, Flight 77 flew into Colonel Taylor's Pentagon office and claimed the life of a very proud father and true patriot. 6 weeks later, on October 25th, 2001, Colonel Taylor's son, Luke, was born. Luke then tragically lost his mom to cancer when he was just 2 years old, leaving him to be raised by his father's brother. As a young boy, Luke asked his uncle about the folded flag on the bookshelf, and when he learned about his dad's decades of devotion to the Army and the horrors of September 11th, that's when he learned. Luke carried that memory with him and joined the ROTC as a college freshman. He graduated just last year, and I'm pleased to say he is with us today as a second lieutenant and doing very well. He's rising quickly in the infantry, preparing for Army Ranger School. The spitting image of his dad, they say, Luke says that every time he puts on a uniform, he feels connected to his father and to our country. But it was a father he never knew. Luke, your parents are together in heaven, and they could not be prouder of the man that they have produced. They produced you. Those two great people produced you. Luke, please stand.
What?
Thank you. You look good, Luke. You look good. They're looking down on you. They're very proud. This morning we recall the light of America's best and bravest and the love that they showed in their final moments. In their memory, we make a solemn pledge and a noble promise. We will honor always our great heroes. You are our heroes. There's a group of people that don't want to talk about our heroes, but we will always talk about our heroes. And that's
Who's the group of people?
and that's the way the people feel. We will defend the nation they served, the values they upheld, and the freedom for which they died. We will support our troops, we will protect our families, and we will preserve the American way of life for every future generation. We will build taller, grow stronger, fight harder, and soar higher. And together we will go forward as one people with one heart, one faith, one flag, and one glorious destiny under Almighty God. May God bless the memories of those who died and the heroes who fought and the soldiers who still stand watch. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
His right side of his face was drooping.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the
Don't do
singing
that,
of
Donald.
God bless America. And
Don't do
remain
that,
standing
Donald.
for the benediction.
What a just low energy. He's you want to see how droopy he was? This is when we tuned in. He was like falling asleep. No, here, hold on. This is when we tuned in.
Antoinette M. Sherman.
Donald, fix your mouth. We were watching the press conference and we came over here and we saw Trump like this.
And her husband, George W. Simmons.
Jacket all just fucked. Just like belly coming through the stomach. I mean, it is what it is. You can look, but
Donald
like
D. Simmons.
just
Cheryl
literally.
D.
See what I mean? Shit's sagging, ain't it? Something's going on.
Chief Greg H. Smallwood, United States.
That ain't normal. Then he get up there and gave the most low energy speech lowest low energy speech he's ever given. I've ever heard him give, actually. I've heard some low energy, but that one was the lowest, I think, we've ever heard from Trump ever, actually.
Now may the Lord bless us and keep us. May the Lord make his face. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon us and give us peace. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony. Please remain seated until the departure of the official party. Thank you for joining us this morning. The Pentagon Memorial and the Pentagon Memorial Chapel are open until 12 p.m.
Saying hello to his personal friends during the 9/11 memorial. Wife. Off behind the fire truck so that way they can give Trump his emergency dialysis now, or what? let go of my hand as soon as I get inside. Release my hand, Donald. Well, that was certainly a sight to see. That was certainly a sight to see. A droopy Trump. Got some type of something going on. Anyways, back to this this press conference that we got from Charlie Kirk. That was live, so I just wanted to make sure we got all of that while it was happening, so we don't have to watch it later.
But that individual appears to be of college age.
So of college age. So I already put a post out. I put a post out on. I'll post it to YouTube here shortly. But Charlie Kirk shooting press conference update. Just to update you guys, if you just started tuning in, good morning. No suspect in custody. The person detained earlier was released. Officials say it was a targeted attack with a high-powered rifle fired from a rooftop. The FBI says they've got good video footage of a suspect who looks college-aged, but no images have been released yet. The shooter fled into a nearby neighborhood and is still at large. No, like, let's check really quick. Let me fact check that. Let me see. Is Utah, is there, why is it on caps coming in? Utah, shelter in place. Okay, the university is closed. Shelter in place from toxic gas. Okay, that's not, there's nothing. No, there's, Utah Valley University staying closed for the rest of the week after fatal shooting. In the wake of Wednesday's deadly shooting on campus, Utah Valley University says it'll be closed for the rest of the week. Anyways, back to, if you missed the press conference, back to the rest of it.
We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
No way. I didn't catch that detail. I didn't catch that specific one. It seems like he was careful to mention the FBI and DPS have no connection to the security apparatus. Then why wouldn't you bring them to the press conference to answer questions? If you're like, we're all doing this together, we're all trying to find out who the shooter is. We're partnered with the Utah Valley Sheriff's Department or whatever. I don't know what it is. Whatever their police is. The Salt Lake City sent police, and we're out here. We're trying to figure out who murdered Charlie Kirk. And they usually will stand together with the feds. It'll be the feds and the local police and the sheriffs. The campus would have, should have a representative there. Why did none of that happen? The campus police should be there. They're like, that's a question for later for you to ask them. What is that?
Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods, and is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So asked, is the suspect still in the woods, and is the suspect still in the area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that.
Wait, what?
Question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community.
Then which woods? Hold on.
In a wooded area, do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods, and is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it.
But you found the rifle there. Oh, just so he's not in that area. But what are those woods? Which woods? The trees over here? I mean, unless people have different interpretation of what woods are. The woods to me are like it's trees upon trees upon trees. None of this would factor to be woods for me. Maybe over here. Do they run over here? Is this the woods? Like in there. This is like the suburbs. Like you got to be in like a rural area at least. You find some woods. No, not even over here. They even have woods over here. Looks like it's flat, salt flats. Oh, until you get that's actually could be a cool view. You got the mountains in the distance, but beyond that, farmland. Looks like all the trees were in the suburbs. Good thing they planted a bunch, it seems. But it doesn't look like there's just like some trees out here. This isn't the woods. Some bushes. I just maybe their interpretation of like that tree line is the woods, but I don't know where we're at now. There we go. So I would assume that would be, because we got barely any actual clarification to anything, I would assume that would be these trees in the neighborhood. Okay.
As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk.
To the community, this was a targeted event, and we don't believe that. So, but that's still like, if you had somebody that just murdered somebody and they're on the loose, wouldn't you want to like know what they look like, what to look out for? If you live in anywhere near this college campus, is the dude's just in there? Wouldn't you want to know? Or like release details so the people of Orem, what is this? Orem, Utah, know like if it's safe to go outside? Because there's a killer on the loose? Regardless if like Charlie was their only target, like that is still something to like people are going to be worried about. Or maybe not. I don't know. I would be. I want my family like in a situation where you got like a killer on the loose.
However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Bowles, Nethercoat with the BBC. From the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in this time span?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing.
What did you determine to make? What factors did you determine that he is college aged?
Part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet. But
they know nothing, y'all.
We will
But
do
you
our
have a
best.
clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
Do we have images of his face? We have images of the suspect, which means no, they don't have images of his face. How do you know he's college aged?
Can you trace the gun to owner?
That you've been able to recover, do you believe you know this person is the person that you're looking for at this point?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now.
Any fingerprints or DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's, again, part of the investigation.
Wait, so you haven't collected them yet? You're using all of your resources to do that, but so you don't have them, but you have shoe imprints. What's going on? This is insane. This goes against everything we've ever learned about everything that's happened after a tragedy involving a shooting. and what we're given right away, or not even, but it's the next day. I understand that we didn't have all the information yesterday, for sure. Like, holy shit, it had just happened and they don't have it. We're now like, it's the next day now. And they've had an overnight. So where did the shooter stay? It's not like you can just survive out. I mean, beyond the suburbs, it looks like you're cooked in Utah. Like, where are you going to go, bro? You have the suburbs, and then after that, you're done. You're in the whatever. You're in the mountains. You're in the open. There's nowhere to go, like in general in the geography. Outside of the suburbs in the city, outside, and then you take the highway. So they believe he's in the. This is so dumb. This is dumb.
The owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release.
We're working on that.
Well, there's been a lot of turnover at the FBI.
So the closest connections we could potentially get soon would be owner of the rifle. And they have footwear impressions, a palm print. So apparently, if on your palm you got prints on that, and forearm imprints, likely where they were laying down on the roof.
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
Are tweets like the one yesterday useful though, where we announced that the suspect in custody?
All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So thank you.
Questions for right now. Thank you, everybody.
We're working with the best we have with the environment we're given. Shit ain't right. It ain't right. Something's going on. Again, something doesn't add up still. So even with the knowledge of, well, if anything, we guessed it was a rifle. They confirmed what we already guessed. Male, college age. They have images of the shooter, not releasing them. They have footwear impressions, palm prints, and forearm imprints. But anyways, all this, something doesn't add up. Everything we know so far points to Charlie Kirk's assassin being a trained professional, not some unhinged amateur with a grudge. Let's break this down. There was one shot, one kill from hundreds of yards away. That's sniper level precision. Not an emotional person that's just like a political opponent of Charlie Kirk, and they just like hate Charlie Kirk and they're going to go take it to political violence. They don't have the ability to just grab a bolt action rifle and make that shot from hundreds of yards away. It doesn't happen. Nope. Next, no attempt to spray bullets or take out multiple targets. No chaos, just one hit in a spot on Charlie Kirk's neck that guaranteed it was a one-hit kill. The shooter fled immediately after confirming impact. No showboating, no manifesto, just extraction. Usually, like the person like this, I mean, they can flee and run, but they would get caught pretty quickly because they're sloppy, or they like get caught so that way they can be made, the shooter can be made into a hero or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that in their brain that they think they can. That the shooter is like, oh, I'm gonna be loved for this, or something. And then they get themselves caught so they can get that what they're looking for. Evaded law enforcement on site, local and federal. That takes planning, skill, and training. A range of phrases related to cultural issues are found scrawled on a rifle. This just came out 5 minutes ago. Hegseth mentioned Charlie Kirk in a 9. That's why I didn't listen to it. Wow. Federal officials probe rifle and ammo scrawled with cultural phrases after Charlie Kirk killing. A range of phrases related to cultural issues were found scrawled on a rifle and ammunition found in woods near where conservative activist Charlie Kirk was murdered on Wednesday, according to sources with knowledge of the investigation. Authorities are analyzing those messages as they seek to identify a suspect in the killing. Those sources said, but it's not yet clear if they point to a motivation in the attack. What cultural issues, what messages are being written on there? Among the markings were initials that authorities are seeking to match with suspect profiles. Robert Bowles, the FBI special agent in charge of the Bureau's Salt Lake City office, said at a news conference this morning that agents recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area. Where did we get the call? When did this part come into play? According to this is CNN sources. So because we got nothing in the investigation into the actual FBI press conference, this is new. A range of phrases related to cultural issues were found scrawled on a rifle and ammunition in the woods. So the woods have to be the immediate trees right next to the campus. That's got to be the woods. So this investigation. It's got to be this. That's the woods, I guess. Authorities are analyzing those messages as they seek to identify a suspect in the killing. We get more on that? Call me crazy, but I think Laura Loomer's recent accusations that Charlie Kirk was stabbing Trump in the back have more power in this world than Jezebel's Etsy witches. Laura Loomer put this out, and you guys realize when Laura Loomer tweets and when right-wing tweets, like, people take action physically. She put out that I don't ever want to hear Charlie Kirk claim he is pro-Trump ever again. After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I have had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a charlatan, claiming to be pro-Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Treaty Point USA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President Trump. On the one-year anniversary of the assassination attempt on Trump's life, Charlie hosted comic Dave Smith at Turning Point USA's SAS conference, where Dave Smith was able to speak to a bunch of conservative youth at an organization that claims to be pro-Trump. As you guys know, Dave Smith is he's a outspoken critic of Israel, and he sides with Palestine. But from what I've learned, he's not really like a left-leaning person from his takes, but he's become a figurehead. He's not a political activist. He's a comic who gets platformed, unfortunately. 3 weeks ago, Dave Smith called for President Trump to be impeached and removed from office over his decision to blow up Iran's nuclear facilities. Charlie played both sides of the Iran issue on his show. Whoa. Because he wants to play both sides of the aisle. The honorable thing to do is to have a position and actually defend it to the death instead of flip-flopping. Smith said all of MAGA should turn on Trump and abandon him. He said this 3 weeks ago. See the clip below. Turning Point. We have that link? She deleted this post. Laura Loomer has more impact on getting people to go commit political violence than anyone. Well, than the others that are like her, but she is specific about this. Like, she specifically wants to be the Goebbels and like the one that goes and targets like political opponents, and she's made that very clear. Like, that's exactly what she wants to do. Was he engaging with like Palestine rhetoric?
All right, everybody. How are we all doing? So, Josh and Dave, welcome to Turning Point USA. Welcome to.
Yeah, Dave. You had Dave Smith on a show.
What he's doing. And, you know, as far as the actual substance of what Josh said here, which there really wasn't much, but I already pointed this out the last time we debated. His topic about how Sharon was against the war in Iraq is total nonsense. Sharon's envoy initially opposed it when he found out that Bush was going to invade Iraq, not because he didn't want
I don't know if Netanyahu would be too happy having Dave Smith on for any reason. And you had Laura Loomer calling him out for it. And literally directing hate to Charlie Kirk for it. Like the kind that results in political violence.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted.
Oh, yeah, like the one where there's deportations it smells like deportations in the morning. That we're going to show Chicago what the Department of War is. Literally, that's my reaction too. It's emotions. It's like emotions all being thrown out there. That can't be undone now, because you got to realize all the rhetoric that the right-wing influencers have put out there now in regards to this shooting. Like now we all know exactly what they want. They are absolutely ready and primed to conduct mass political violence, and they aren't ready, and they aren't about, at least the influencers and those that are very loyal to those influencers are ready to commit mass political violence in response to this. According to Matt Tardy, the shooter could have been closer, maybe 40 meters in Mr. Kirk's. And if you think Matt Tardio is right on anything, you're in the wrong place. But he couldn't even start his own platform, so he had to buy Rob Turkla's platform because he's so dog shit at news, actually. I'm interested in that's interesting.
that. It's horrible what he.
You have Laura Loomer literally directing political violence to Charlie Kirk for that very event. Joe Biden just posted this. On this day, 24 years ago, nearly 3,000 lives were stolen by an unconscionable act of cowardice and hate. Terrorists believed they could break our will and bring us to our knees. They were wrong. Together, as Americans, we united in grief and purpose. We found light in darkness. And in the face of fear, we came together to defend our country, to help one another, and to overcome. Today, we share a solemn rite of remembrance and honor all the souls that we lost that day on September 11th, 2001. And we remember the immense courage of the first responders, the firefighters, the law enforcement officers, emergency workers, and service members Who answered the call of duty and the brave civilians who rushed into action to save lives that day? America will never forget. Trump. America has never been hotter than we are now. Stand up. Hey, stand up. You remember that day, don't you? Yeah, you remember it. What a fine looking guy. Oh. Oh, very good take here, actually. I'll only comment from the perspective of what a real assassination looks like compared to a staged one. From the violent reaction of the victim who was hit, to the color of the blood, to the chaotic crowd reaction, to the immediate response of handlers to duck and cover the victim, and finally the aftermath. Within minutes, we had several angles of the Kirk shooting uploaded to social media by several eyewitnesses. To this day, we have not seen one clear video taken of Trump actually being hit by anything. Wall Street Journal front page. Trump to honor Charlie Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. No way. Wait, so he did mention Charlie Kirk in that. Let's just go to Rupar. What did Asen post it? I missed the beginning of Trump's speech. No, they haven't started posting the clips yet. Oh, not like right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people.
What a disgrace. What a disgrace. You know, if you like to this is so disgusting. This is so wrong. The victims of 9/11, and you're here putting a absolute disgusting human being, and it is what it is. When he was alive, he was disgusting. Charlie Kirk, with his political rhetoric and what he was calling for a lifestyle of Americans, saying that the Civil Rights Act was wrong, and a litany of other just outright just anti-American, anti-everything that we stand for, actually. Not this hyper religious bullshit that the majority of Americans are not for anymore, or at this point in time. And that's what Charlie Kirk was about. Like Christian white nationalism. And you're here putting him in the same breath as the victims of 9/11. And that's wrong.
Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big. Thank you, my fellow Americans. 84 years ago.
He had more energy for that than and then he died out when he was talking about 9/11. He had more energy for that than he does for the victims of 9/11.
The Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to change the name. Well, now we have it back to where we all wanted. Everybody wanted it. Everybody.
ATL, KB, why don't you freaking go find something to do? Go find a hobby. Charlie Kirk said the most disgusting and vile shit on a daily basis. And then I say it's vile and disgusting, and you go, no, he spoke the truth. So you believe in all of it anyways. Get the hell out of here. Charlie Kirk did nothing but speak the truth. Well, he spoke his opinion. That's what he did, and he had the right to speak that and not be murdered for it. That's it. But to deny what he would say when he was alive, it was wrong and absolutely antithetical to what the Bible actually teaches. Empathy is new age. That is not what Jesus taught. But he was like a figurehead for the Christians, I guess, or for the whatever. The ones that are like deeply connected. Actually, you know what it is? It's the Christians that are deeply connected to the foundation and their beliefs of Israel. And that Israel and Christianity are connected because it's the birthplace of Jesus. And like he cooked in that realm of Christianity, of the right. That's why he was so close with Netanyahu and the government of Israel. Because there's an overlap there. So you take that, and he gets to have his name in the 9/11 victims, in the memorial for the 9/11 victims, and that's disgusting. Nobody agrees with you, idiots. There's actually more people that likely agree with me, but we're like trying to tread carefully so we don't get put in gulags because of the victimhood mentality of anybody that can't handle that people did not like Charlie Kirk. But that doesn't justify the fact that he was murdered for it. But you can't hear that. You can't hear that part. You want to cry, and you people are demons. That's not going to get anywhere for you, by the way. That won't go anywhere for you. You want to sit and cry that we're demons because we're calling for facts. We want to know the facts of Charlie Kirk's murder. We want to know who the killer was, who the shooter was, and not jump to conclusions right away as to who it was, while also shedding light to Charlie Kirk's legacy, which is left behind of the worst rhetoric you can spew politically. Whenever you're like trying to tell people how to like live their life on a like foundational level, like who you can marry, who you can who you should pray to, all of that is a propagandist. That is someone that's not looking out for the best interest of all Americans, or looking out for their Americans, or like their own people. So how could we put Charlie in the same light as victims of 9/11 who were like Americans from all backgrounds and religions and beliefs and color? And Charlie Kirk was for a very specific color. He was very, very, very bigoted, very racist. Law enforcement, in my opinion, sure, it's my opinion. Yep. In my opinion, backed by Charlie's own words, but then when I play my own words, you guys get mad too and say, wow, how could you? Wow, how could you post Charlie's own words? I don't even do it. How could you repeat what Charlie even said? Everyone saying political violence is not who we are as Americans after Charlie Kirk was shot. Maybe clarify which political violence you mean, because this is coming from the sitting president of the United States. Here you have this guy, White Lives Matter protest happening at 1 p.m. apparently in Florida. So we might have some protests to cover.
Tomorrow on September 11th, 2025, I will be organizing a White Lives Matter protest.
You know, on the day of 9/11, we're doing a White Lives Matter protest
in Miami, Florida at 1 p.m. I will post the exact location on all my social medias 1 hour prior to the event at noon. This will be a non-violent demonstration. Do not bring any guns, knives, or any weapons. The only thing you will need is yourself, your spirit, any posters that say White Lives Matter, and any pictures of faces of the white victims that have been brutally murdered or beat down by the system or by any of these savage animals. It is time to stand up for our people, and it is time to fight back. See you there, white man.
You had Charlie Kirk's own group there, stealing his hats on the table and handing them out to people. This is like the youth that Charlie Kirk was molding. That they continue to say it was such a good thing.
Yeah. Grab me out. Yo, grab me out. Go up, guys. Come on. Go up, guys. I don't know. Let's go.
Hey, yo, give me a hat. Hey, yo, give me a hat.
Yeah. Grab me out. Yo, grab me out. Go up, guys. Come on.
Literally watch their leader of their political movement get shot in front of them. Yo, give me that merch though. Give me that. Give me that. Crazy. Or like the guy we saw that was like doing like a selfie report from it. Oh, yo, we're live out here at the school. She like on TikTok. Right, you're at the school shooting. Charlie Kirk was just killed. That's crazy. And like filming like everyone. Like it was nuts. The type of shit. This guy.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president.
So they're not doing well.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
Abortion is worse than the Holocaust.
It's worse. Like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe. What do? I get charity every single year. Hold on. Come on, Shank, let's go.
Charlie, do you really? Come on, Shank, let's go. Do you want to fight Shank at the time? Then you got Shank writing what he is, cringe, on Twitter. Charlie Kirk getting out of his chair.
Charity every single year. Hold on. Come on, Shank, let's go.
Charlie, do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this
one's a classic
is a human being? This,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
Does fetus mean in Latin?
Sorry. that one's a classic. That was classic Charlie Kirk.
What the I'm sorry, is this
It means little human being.
Ooh, his smile is very creepy. Okay.
Human being.
Ooh, his smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy?
No, your smile specifically.
You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference.
I think you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when.
That's when he went to the UK.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
No longer interested in the Epstein files. That's the last we heard of it. The people who spammed George Floyd memes, celebrated trans teenagers committing suicide, pretended Trump isn't a rapist pedophile, mocked the lawmaker who got assassinated, and laughed at the children crying during ICE raids would like you to believe you're a bad person. That's the one. There it is. There it is. There it is. Let's tone down the violent rhetoric, but only every single right-wing influencer ever is calling for the most violence right now. Like they usually do. Enough. The killing of Charlie Kirk and the epidemic of American political violence. Their security detail that's looking at the photo wasn't looking at the rooftop. Liberals are pussies. Nobody's scared of y'all. Nobody's even trying to fight y'all, dude. You're trying to start a fight and no one wants to, and then you're like, okay, we got to do more. It'd be much easier if you people could be normal, but you stoke the rhetoric that you're talking about. Liberals are pussies, but they also are like mass killers, and they bring terror, and they're demons, but they're also weak and nothing. They would get crushed, but they're also the plague, the bubonic plague, and are responsible for every bad thing that happens ever. Authorities may keep breakthroughs in the hunt for Charlie Kirk's killer, but the shooter remains at large. Investigators have discovered a trove of details about the gunman who killed Charlie Kirk, but his exact whereabouts remain a mystery. Authorities have scoured good video of the assailant and tracked his movements before and after the killing, the Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner said at a news conference Thursday morning. The shooter arrived on the Utah Valley University campus at 11:52 a.m. A pussy shoots him 200 yards and runs away. You're a moron. A pussy runs up to Charlie Kirk scared with a handgun and tries to just like randomly fire at him because they don't know because they're just a psychotic fucking loser. The person that killed Charlie Kirk was a trained killer. The shooter arrived at Utah Valley University campus at 11:52 a.m. local time Wednesday. He appears to be of college age and blended in well on campus. The gunman went through stairwells and climbed up to a roof to a shooting location, the commissioner said. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off the building, and fled off the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through the neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with the doorbell cameras, and they thoroughly worked through these communities trying to identify leads. He said this all sounds really fishy. It is. That's why I haven't slept yet and why I can't stop covering it, because we have no answers and we continue to... I have more questions than we have answers still. Authorities found a high-powered bolt-action rifle they believe was the weapon used to shoot Kirk from afar. The rifle was found in a wooded area where the shooter had fled, said Robert Bull, special agent in charge at FBI's Salt Lake City office. He said the FBI will analyze the weapon. Investigators also collected a footwear impression, a palm print, and a forearm imprints that will be analyzed, Bull said. He tried to quell any fears in the local community, saying that the killing was a targeted event, and we don't believe the community is at risk. Nothing on what was written on the rifle or photo. Oh, here it all is. All the violent rhetoric being spewed in response to this. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. That's what Elon said. Right-wingers posting that they've declared war, whatever that means. Nothing further right now. Who's sowing more division? No, yeah, the right-wing influencers. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Cakes Boo. I think I got a video on that too. Hold on. I gotta figure out who made the video quick. Let me pull it up. Is Elon refusing to censor videos on X? I'm not sure. Pulling this up really quick for you guys. Okay, this is from Lauren the Mortician.
Going crazy saying Charlie Kirk isn't really dead, and we need to address this because unfortunately he is dead. It's fucking tragic, it's terrible, and I can't stop thinking about his poor wife and his 2 little girls who will now grow up without a dad. And I know that it's too early for this conversation, but it has to be had because people are already running wild with theories, and the science tells a very different story. The headlines that I kept seeing were saying that Charlie Kirk didn't die instantly. He was brought to the hospital, and then we were waiting a long time for answers, right? That he was in critical condition. But I need you to hear this from me as a mortician, as someone who has seen the human body at its most vulnerable. A shot to the carotid artery is as close to instantaneous as it gets. That artery is the main supply of blood to the brain. The second it's severed, pressure drops, blood pours, and the brain is deprived of oxygen. There is no fighting it, no chance to even process what happened. If anything, the only mercy is that I don't think that he felt a thing. If you slow the footage down, you can see the impact right at the side of his neck. The force of that hit wasn't just surface level. It tore through tissue, severed the artery, and from the way his body reacts, the immediate collapse, the way the blood pours, I believe it caused internal catastrophic trauma. It may have essentially cut off the brain's connection to the body in an instant. Like that. And that's why he slumps over the way he does in the chair. Not a stumble, not a grasp for life, just lights over. Done. Here's where I want to circle back to those headlines where they kept saying he was pronounced dead at the hospital, but let me be clear, he was already gone on the ground. If there was even a flicker of life left in him.
She doesn't know shit. She's literally a mortician. She's literally a fucking mortician. What are you talking about? YouTube chatter. I know more than the mortician does. Shut the fuck up.
It was seconds. That's why those early reports about him being in critical condition are misleading, not reflecting reality. Here is where I will start to put on my tinfoil hat, because we're supposed to believe someone perched 200 yards away on a rooftop. They managed to pull out a you-know-what, raise it, aim it, and in a matter of seconds, land a shot directly into his carotid artery. Do you realize how much has to happen in those tiny slivers of time? I don't feel like people are talking nearly enough about the level of precision.
Oh, we are here on this channel. I have been for the past at least almost 12 hours now.
This took, because this wasn't a sloppy act of rage. This was sniper level skill. Shout out to Low here. The blood doesn't look real. The wound doesn't make sense. But the truth is, that's exactly what happens when the carotid artery is torn open. It's a pressurized pipeline. Once it bursts, blood pours from both ends of it.
Which it did, if we've seen the video.
That's why it sprays and streams. Think of it like snapping a garden hose in half. That's physiology, not theatrics. Here's the math. At 200 yards, even trained marksmen hit an 8-inch target about 70% of the time. The carotid artery, that's less than an inch wide. That's not a get lucky shot. That's a 1 in a million, maybe 1 in 10 million shot. Military and police snipers train years for that kind of accuracy. And yet we're told someone just popped up, nailed it, and now they vanished? I don't buy it. This is deliberate, and this feels like it was planned. And the most...
Full send. Yep. Yeah, I had that energy the moment that we were mapping out the campus yesterday. No one aims at the artery. She's explained. You are a... I can't with the people that are stuck in your fucking bias because you want it to be a left-wing transgender, and that's not going to happen for you. Okay, I'm sorry that's not going to fit your narrative that you like usually when it comes to shooters. She's explaining that it required somebody that knows how to fire that thing and can hit that target. And they would have to be a very, very well-trained sniper. Golly, dude. No one aims at the artery. It was a headshot and missed. She's literally telling you that it wasn't a miss. It was an intentional target. Because of how instantaneous the death is, and it leaves no room for any room for, like, he has a chance to make it. It's dead right away.
Heartbreaking part, beyond all the speculation, Charlie Kirk has 2 little girls at home, and they are now going to grow up without their father, and that's the real tragedy. No matter what side of the political line you stand on, a family is forever changed because of this. And I know no matter how I talk about this, people are going to get mad because his death...
No trained sniper aims for video. Yeah, keep chopping. You definitely would know. You for sure would know what you're talking about.
Is already getting twisted into politics. But I need to take a step.
Okay, you're getting... Okay, get shit on. Absolutely get shit on. Immediately. Goodbye. Get chopping. I just... You know, I don't like you, so you're good. You're gone. Who else? Anyone else? Anyone else that are just like, she's lying? Because you like, no, it's a leftist. No, stop giving us facts to think about. We only like when Alex Jones used to do it and say that every shooting was fake. Or like we would have said like Charlie Kirk died of an overdose instead of what we literally saw. That's what the people that watch Charlie Kirk watch. That's what should I say that instead? Should I say, "Oh guys, should I lie?" And say, "Oh, Charlie Kirk actually, well, we don't know if Charlie Kirk is dead or not." Type shit that they would be doing. Oh, I think this was oh man, I don't know. Do we even know? Let's call the family members and find out and see. Hey, did your kids really experience this? Should I do that? Would that make it more consumable content? Would it feel more familiar?
Back from that for a second and just say, as a human, as a species, we are so disconnected. There is so much hate. We dehumanize people we disagree with until we can't even see them as human anymore. There's a quote going around right now. You cannot end gun violence by celebrating it. And that's the truth. No matter who it is, left or right or in between, celebrating death doesn't heal us. It just proves how far we've fallen.
And I'm like still looking for the celebrations. Like the actual, like for real. These massive waves of celebrations. Trump says he plans to speak to Charlie Kirk's family this afternoon. President Donald Trump says he plans to speak with Charlie Kirk's family this afternoon, telling reporters that Kirk's wife is a wonderful woman. Trump was asked about bringing people together during this time. You don't replace a Charlie Kirk. He was unique, as you all know as well as I do. He was a unique man, but we'll do as best as we can. We hope we get him, Trump says on the FBI investigation into Kirk shooting. President Trump told reporters today that he didn't know much more about the FBI investigation into who assassinated Charlie Kirk beyond what information has been made public. He doesn't know anything more. Kash Patel is his personal... oh my goodness, dude. As he departed the Pentagon after 9/11 memorial service, Trump has been told pretty much what you're seeing in the news is what it is. We hope we get him. Nothing further. Nothing further yet. Ammunition in Kirk shooting engraved with transgender anti-fascist ideology from sources. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk died. This just came out, what, 2 minutes ago? Conservative activist Charlie Kirk died after being shot while on stage at Utah Valley University. Wall Street Journal. Conservative political activist and author Charlie Kirk has died after being shot on stage during an event at Utah Valley University. He was going back and forth with a student about mass shootings involving transgender people when he was shot, according to videos of the attack. Investigators found ammunition engraved with transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Ammunition in Kirk shooting engraved with transgender anti-fascist ideology per sources. What exactly is that? The manhunt for the shooter continues. The FBI has arrested and released 2 suspects. You have a bolt. What can you fit on a bolt action rifle? Is it what would be in like etchings on it? Kirk, 31 years old, one of the most influential figures on the right and founder of CEO Turning Point USA, a powerful conservative youth organization active on more than 3,500 college campuses. He was a popular podcaster and was known for hosting Prove Me Wrong. Kirk also played a prominent role in Trump's outreach, as we know. Okay, stop. Not playing the video. That was from yesterday. What about live updates? Today's live updates have ended. Well, that was over from yesterday. Thank you, B Fitz, for becoming an insider. Shooter still at large. Okay, Trump says he plans to speak to the family. We hope we get him. They make key breakthroughs. The range. So far you have a range of phrases related to cultural issues were found. Wall Street Journal straight up saying ammunition in Kirk shooting was engraved with transgender and anti-fascist ideology. So that's two postings about what could be written on the rifle. If anything, we still don't have video or photo. Investigators don't know how far he's fled. Authorities, so Washington Post, Charlie Kirk shooting, suspects still at large. Authorities say they've recovered the weapon 6 minutes ago. Authorities are still searching for a suspect in the fatal shooting of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk and have video footage of the shooter and recovered weapon. Officials announced Thursday the investigation of the attack that the President Donald Trump called a dark moment for America entered a second day. The State Department will undertake appropriate action against foreigners who praise, rationalize, or make light of Charlie Kirk's death on social media, said Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. Oh, boy. In light of yesterday's horrific... that we're getting to the point where if you say anything that the administration or the MAGA movement does not like, then you are going to go to the gulag. Or they can only do it to foreigners because the good thing the rest of us are protected with the amendment of freedom of speech, but that, I guess that doesn't apply to foreigners. In light of yesterday's horrific assassination of a leading political figure, I want to underscore that foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors in our country. I have been disgusted to see some on social media praising, rationalizing, or making light of the event and have directed our consular officials to undertake appropriate action. Please feel free to bring such comments by foreigners to my attention so that the State Department can protect the American people. Oh boy. This some Soviet Union shit. But modern now in America. Send me who they are. You turned your back on MAGA, Merc. MAGA knows you're a traitor to MAGA. MAGA wants Merc dead. No, they don't. They've only ever known me as a leftist. They don't believe I was ever MAGA, so no. Ricardo was never MAGA. You don't believe what we believe? Gotta agree with Hassan on this one again, too. Charlie Kirk opposed the Civil Rights Act, called George Floyd a scumbag, said he'd be worried about black pilots and that he'd force his daughter to carry a pregnancy to term if she was R-worded. He shouldn't have been killed, but he was definitely an extremist. True. Worth remembering that Kash Patel fired the highly regarded head of the FBI field office in Salt Lake City a few weeks ago for reasons that are not clear. Oof. High-ranking FBI job losses disproportionately hurt women, people of color. An unprecedented campaign by FBI leaders to force senior bureau officials out of their jobs has disproportionately hit women and people of color, according to public records and an unofficial tally by current and former FBI officials. In the most recent example, FBI leaders last week forced the resignation of decorated female Pakistani-American counterterrorism agent who was appointed in February to run the Salt Lake City field office. One current and two former FBI officials tell MSNBC. Wow. Steven Crowder has an exclusive. This morning my team received an email from an officer at ATF. So according to Steven Crowder, Freudian slip, the email included a screenshot from what appears to be an internal message describing a weapon and cartridges located by an ATF and other law enforcement near the scene of the Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley State University. On September 10th, 2025, at approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as part of the American Comeback Tour. Multiple SLC 1 and 3 agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from the elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building of the campus, and surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model important Mauser 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds. Atop the magazine, the cartridges of all... Why is this going through a random email and then Steven Crowder's team is being tagged in it? Where's the ATF press conference? Why was the ATF not with the FBI at the press conference? All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted, and ATF SLC is working leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions. Upon completion of forensics, the firearm will be disassembled and for additional importer information. Multiple people of interest have contacted or detained because of eyewitness testimony and review of video footage. The primary suspect is yet to be identified. ATF is assisting the investigation with multiple other federal, state, and local partners, and the case is co-led by the FBI and Utah SBI. Well, that's Steven Crowder exclusive, I guess. That's weird. Wouldn't the 306 what was I don't know what the impact of that would look like. Would that be accurate? Would that have been an accurate result of a bullet from that rifle? Okay, don't have anything further other than the U.S. will take appropriate action against foreigners praising Charlie Kirk's death. If you thought Assad was bad, wait till you see what's coming next. He liked Assad too. I'm not surprised. He was a fan of Assad. A lot of you people confuse virtue signaling with empathy, literally, or they don't know, or empathy is a new age term. Laura Loomer, Charlie Kirk's death will not be in vain. I will be spending my night making everyone I find online who celebrates his death famous. So prepare to have your whole future professional aspirations ruined if you are sick enough to celebrate his death. You will be canceled. We have become the cancel culture, and it is justified this time and righteous. We are going to do what we said the left did to us, but it was just social media community guidelines. Well, Laura Loomer has enough power herself to do it. You don't need like a bunch of people on social media to like do it. Laura Loomer like personally can ruin your life by sending MAGA terrorists at you physically from her tweets. We're going to make you wish you never opened your mouth. These people need to be condemned in society, and there must never be a place for these people to gather without facing the shame of their behavior for practicing their freedom of speech. Stochastic terrorism is the root cause of all this. Trump uses that rhetoric and Kirk repeats it. He harvested the fruits of the seeds he planted, says Lincoln. Hasn't she been threatening him lately? Yeah, she deleted the tweet doing that, though, because it obviously makes her look sus. And also, Laura Loomer, congrats to George Floyd on being 5 years sober. Oof. That's the one. We need a future where Americans can partake in politics without getting shot. That will require defeating the fascist movement that Kirk devoted his professional life to promoting. Facts.
you say a two-state solution. What in conclusion would that look like?
That would conclude that the Palestine would have the right to exist, and they would have the right to govern themselves. And
why can't they be part of Jordan?
Why would they be a part of Jordan?
What is the national identity of Palestine? Educate me.
Palestinians.
What is that?
Like, what do you mean? What is that?
Yeah, what ethnicity are they?
Arabs.
Okay, so all Arabs are Palestinians?
No.
You're the one that's making we're making the argument that all Palestinians are Arabs, and therefore they should just be able to be taken into Jordan or wherever.
But they are Arabs? What you trying to say? What is your point?
I'm trying to say, because at what point does somebody become a Palestinian?
Wow. I don't know. I didn't really know how bad it was. Like, actually, I truly, did we ever really sit and consume Charlie Kirk content? No. I focused on, maybe I should have, because he's a leader of the youth movement, but I focus on Trump and like the administration, because they have like more direct impact on more people, like in bad ways. Charlie Kirk was influencing the youth in very bad ways, but the effects of like my audience are like adults, and I'd be focused on the corruption of the Trump administration more so than things Charlie Kirk was saying at any given moment.
When he was born in Palestine, or with his parents are Palestinians?
Again, this is why we're talking past each other.
What you trying to say?
I don't think the place exists.
What?
Because it doesn't. It's called Judea and Samaria. It's not called Palestine.
You don't believe that Palestine have the right to exist?
No. Everyone has a right to exist. Show me where it is. It's a non-existent place.
Palestine is a non-existent place.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we're gonna.
That's why we're on different planets, right? So
Charlie Kirk was good at debating and good at, I like the way he would debate people, but literally his arguments would be like that, or his arguments would be, so the Civil Rights Act was bad. Debate me. Dumb shit.
So here, in closing with this, I find it very hard to sympathize at all with a group that decided to attack another civilian force.
Did that one thread get longer yet? No, it just kind of stopped. I don't know. Did you make more yet? This is nuts. I haven't seen the right this angry since Cracker Barrel tried to streamline their logo. Obviously, it doesn't quite rise to that level, but damn, pretty close. Who's Katie Miller? It's a real treat to see all these liberals condemn political violence now. You called us Hitler, you called us Nazis, you called us racists, you have blood. Your words are blood. Which you would argue that Charlie has the right to say whatever he wants, right? You would in the inverse would be true that Charlie had the right to say, and I'd be with you. Freedom of speech includes the stuff Charlie Kirk was saying. But ironically, the inverse, you're arguing of that. People will say Charlie Kirk, the energy he was putting out into the world is not usually reciprocated back well. And then you will say, wow, are you justifying it? Are you justifying what happened to him? Wow, how could you? You're evil. You're evil. You're a demon. You are a demon. You are evil. You are the real Nazi. Wow. For just like saying, damn, the shit he was saying was like probably bad energy. Words. And then you're being called Hitler and Nazis and racists for your actions, your words, and your policies. On August 25th, Stephen Miller, the president's Homeland Security Advisor and White House Deputy Chief of Staff gave an interview to Sean Hannity on Fox News saying the Democrat Party does not fight for or care about or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization. And that's like every day. Like, that's just kind of like normal. Like, conservatives in their head are like, we just got to exist with this demonic entity and like out here. But they really like believe that. All demons and all that. That, and like the Charlie Kirk conservatives. From me, a list of Trump supporters who killed or tried to kill Democrats and opponents in recent years, since the right are now claiming all the political violence is from the left. Here are the actual facts for those with conveniently short memories. A man who targeted and killed Democratic state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home. Trump supporter. The man charged with the attempted assassination of Pennsylvania's Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro. Trump supporter. Man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings at the homes of 4 Democratic elected officials in New Mexico in 2022. Trump supporter. Man who tried to kidnap the Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband in 2022. Trump supporter. The man who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6, 2021. Trump supporters. The man who killed the son of Obama appointed District Judge Esther Salas in 2020 was a Trump supporter. The men who were convicted of trying to kidnap Michigan's Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020 were Trump supporters. The man who sent pipe bombs to the homes of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and other top Democrats in 2018 was a Trump supporter. The man who killed left-wing activist Heather Heyer after driving his car into a crowd of counter-protesters in Charlottesville in 2017 was a Trump supporter. From Mehdi, who's like this, dealing with the very people that debating with the very people that engage in the very rhetoric that like Charlie was. I'm part of nothing. Shut the fuck up, Steve. Literally shut the fuck up. I'm not connected to any political party. Kiss my ass, actually, in every way. If you're like, you too. Literally kiss my ass. I'm a YouTuber. Facebook. Been to the front lines of the biggest war since World War II, covered riots, all that shit. I have my personal opinions. I'm not out here working for a political party like Charlie was, indoctrinating the youth in a hyper-partisan, biased way. I don't ban people for their differences of opinion. They get timed out if they're like being egregiously racist in chat, but then they stick around. So they get tired, or like the news story doesn't tickle their fancy, so they get bored and leave. You have done nothing to make life better. I'm a dirtbag. It's not my responsibility to make life better. I'm a YouTuber, motherfucker. What am I supposed to make life better? I've tried to help Ukraine, tried to help social justice movements when possible and people that need it. Oh, great. Oh, my Twitch account was suspended. Yay. We love that. Oh, what did I do? Try to report facts on Twitch. Literally suspended. Well, there you go. There you go, MAGA. You got your win today. I can't stream on Twitch now. Yeah. Your account is suspended. I can't log in to appeal. Twitch appeals form. Participating in fake engagement. How cooked is this platform? It's a 1-day suspension. Okay. I guess if I would have brought on a terrorist or something, I could interview him. Twitch will be fine with that. Crazy. My bad. I guess, yeah, looking up facts are bad. So if you're a Twitch viewer, my bad, guys. I'll appeal that and try to get it back, but it'll be back at least by tomorrow, so it won't be gone for too long. But hope YouTube's okay for you for now. Well, my account is suspended. That's why I multi-stream. That's why if you're a streamer, you should be multi-streaming. Because look at that. What if Twitch was my only platform? Oof, that would have been a bad day for me, huh? Womp womp. I mean, we have 115,000 people on Facebook and 80,000 people on YouTube. I mean, we're growing Twitch and I'm trying to, but it's not my main platform. But that's why I learned that when I was only on Facebook back in the day, when Facebook would take me down. And we're on X too. I have to agree with Comrade Casey on this one. Remember I just criticized him for his dumbass tweet the other day. I'm agreeing with him here. They'll never find the real shooter. They're just preparing the fall guy. That's the one. Are we at that? Let me do a temperature gauge. Put a 1 in the chat if that's the energy you're on right now with it. After all this time, no matter what. And I think it doesn't matter what your political beliefs are. If you truly want to know who the shooter is, there are too many questions that we have answers. You could be an absolute devout lover of Charlie Kirk, and you can agree with me on this one. It ain't right. It still ain't right. And Charlie, you know, like I said, I did disagree, but he did not deserve to be murdered. And the facts should come out. His kids deserve that. Family deserves it.
Find out who was involved here, and then even after that, because once people have kind of decided on one.
Let's just check in and see how World News is reporting this for a little bit. I think it's important to see all types of sources, guys, on this.
For a moment, because we were playing you some clips a little earlier, and I'll continue to answer more of your questions in a moment or two, but let's hear again a little more from Charlie Kirk himself.
My position on abortion is unpopular in my country. I don't want to scare you guys too much. I am in the vast minority of my own political party on this issue. Proudly, because I'm morally correct. I'm on the right side of history. When all the chips are down and when all the biology is settled, it will be very simple and very clear that we have made every excuse in the book to try to eliminate life smaller than us for simply inconveniences. We have all intents to march every way through the institutions, from the cultural places of power and eventually political, to abolish abortion in America. Trump has ordered DEI to be torn down, but I want him to tear it down faster. I want every university told that they're losing all federal dollars immediately if they don't stop racial discrimination. I want the Department of Justice to start auditing every federal contractor to find DEI and shut off contracts immediately wherever we find it. This is a kind of cancer that cannot be phased out. It must be ripped out from the core.
This was what he did every day. And then we want to talk about, it's such a hypocrisy, you guys. That's why I'm just like, I'm exhausted with it. I am exhausted with it. And then the amount of bullshit yesterday.
The same goes for the toxic social contagion of transgenderism. In Joe Biden's America, public schools and medical organizations were co-opted into endorsing.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
So Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk supporters, you should just kind of be like, I guess it is what it is then, huh? According to Charlie Kirk's own words about gun deaths and gun violence. Hey, it just is. It's just a part of life. It's a necessary means to the ends to have our Second Amendment. It's just a part of it. There's going to be deaths. So when I posted that yesterday, I had so many right-wingers and conservatives hit me with their feelings.
That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Well, just some of the recent utterances. Let me bring Jordan back in, because so often he was controversial, so often provocative.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as Mariana has talked about, often on platforms like TikTok, like X, like Instagram, the more provocative the content, the more it will be shared. And that is kind of one of the reasons that he's been able to build up millions and millions of followers across all of his accounts. Now, that provocative attitude and those provocative viewpoints that he had has won him supporters, as it has won him critics, with many people unhappy with some of the things he said. But one big supporter, as we've talked about, has been Donald Trump. He's maintained a close friendship with the US president, backing him in the previous US elections that we've had as recently as last year. Where that influence that he has with his followers, he's been able to try and turn that into voter registration, with younger people registering to vote. And through that registration, he's encouraging them to back Donald Trump. So Donald Trump and him maintaining a very close friendship.
Katrina, in terms of the responses already, we have seen not just social media, but we've seen in terms of some of the mainstream media, in terms of talk show hosts.
Do you know what it is? Is there really like two different types of archetypes? Or there's more than that, but is there like archetypes of people that live for themselves, and not in the sense of like being selfish, but like truly, like you can have a family and whatnot, but you are independent, and then people that live through others? Because, like, you know, I was hit with tons of I was hit with this, like, you know, from a family member, as if like Charlie was like their family member and shit, and I'm like, yo, I mean, you're like, it's like if you're mourning someone that you knew personally. I was getting tons of texts yesterday. I even had to respond. I responded to one of my family members. I think Charlie Kirk, like they hit me with this. Only sick, like they double texted me because I didn't respond because I'm like, I'm not responding right now, like recovering the news. But they double texted me and went, only sick individuals would celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. Like literally, they just hit me with texts. It's comfortable knowing Charlie walked with Jesus. Neatest thing about Charlie was that he stated his best gift was his kids more than any other successes. He was a happy warrior, debated without being vulgar. He was missed by many. And then I go, I think Charlie Kirk was a scumbag on all fronts. And I disagree with you on this framing completely. Nevertheless, he didn't deserve to be murdered for what he believed in, and there's 2 kids without a father today. And then this family member goes, I must be a scumbag too. Like, what? Well written, Andrew. Nobody needs to be murdered, but again, that's evil and Satan smiling. Like, why would what is that? I don't know. Is it a cult that bad? Is it that bad of a cult that not necessarily like they have meetings and shit. They go to rallies, Trump rallies. But like the silent majority is a cult. I think that they refer to themselves as. And they all like share emotions like a hive mind. And you're hitting me with messages about Charlie Kirk as if you lost a family member. Like, for example, if there were ever like the loss of someone that is like, unless they're like not a close friend of me, like if they're a close friend of mine, I'm like, mourn that. But like, if there was ever like the loss of a left-leaning political commentator, for example, I'm given, the same energy I am to this in terms of let's solve the crime and make sure all the information is coming out. And I'll have the same words I would say about political violence, but I wouldn't be like create a rhetoric as if this is like existential thing, or as if like, oh, I'm like, I'm this person. Like, I don't understand that mindset. Is it celebrity worship culture that became political? Is that just what it is? We don't wish death on people. Oh, okay. That you just wish for the death of the Palestinians because they're not a real state. You just advocate for restrictive policies for colored people. You just want to ban abortion that restricts healthcare access to women. You want women to be subjective to their men and be like owned by their men. You want people to be absolutely hyper religious and be Christian only, but like the Jews can exist, but not in America. But we have to respect Jerusalem and Jesus' birthplace. Don't act like, I mean, you're I forgot. It's you. I forgot. It's a literal, it's somebody that's a bot.
Anywhere.
Jordan, you, of course, during the election campaign, travelled around the US. A question from Gary, who writes, will this incident have any impact on Donald Trump's gun laws? And just remind people what the gun laws in Utah actually are.
Yeah, well, as we've discussed already, Charlie Kirk himself very pro guns and very pro people being able to carry them themselves. Now, the university in Utah, it's a state where there is open carry laws, so they can carry guns in that university into class if they wanted to. So it's a very different story than somewhere like here in the UK. But going forward, will this impact gun policy in the US? Well, it's
no. Nope. Okay, so New York Post, gun recovered in Charlie Kirk assassination revealed. Ammo had The ammo had messaging or the rifle has messaging? Because it sure doesn't look like there's shit written on the rifle. Oh boy. Now that this just proves Steven Crowder's bullshit he put out saying it was wrapped in a towel. Is this in a box? The ammo had pro-trans anti-fascist messaging. There's no way. Also, there's no way you carry that rifle around without being spotted, like before you even get to there. And the school, like there's got to be somebody sitting in there, students in there, and be like, why is this person have a rifle? Why don't do we have like a higher quality photo? Gun recovered in Charlie Kirk assassination revealed. What is this? Go away. Go away, Troy Birch. I don't want any shoes. Bolt-action rifle recovered near the scene where Charlie Kirk was fatally shot as seen in a photo obtained by the New York Post. $7 minutes ago. We're asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at the Utah Valley University. Wearing an American flag and a... Uh-oh. This dude is... This is what they have though for images, actually. Where's the weapon? Where's the rifle? Why are you walking? Where? How did it? What is going? No. What? Where? How do you have? Was this after the shooting took place? You just. This is so fucked. What is this? He has his backpack. That rifle is not in the rifle would be sticking out of the backpack. Okay, if that's the photo of the rifle, that thing is long. Come on now, please use brains. I know I've been up since yesterday and I'm still locked in. Y'all need to wake up and drink some coffee or something. That rifle would be sticking out of that backpack. That backpack looks little as hell. I gotta post. I don't know if we got. Shout out to Mod Nikki. Let me share this out really quick. Come on, I reposted it. I'm just trying to post the pictures out really quick. I don't know why it's okay. Yeah, it's an eagle over a flag on his shirt. Ah, you already got MAGA influencers responding to it because you know it looks bad. Don't read into the shirt too much, people. It's from Bubble Bath Girl, Paul Saboltka. This Gumby looking ass motherfucker is one of the biggest MAGA dick sucks in this platform. Don't read into the shirt too much, people. Yeah, mold them. Tell them what to think. Tell them what to think about it. Don't look at the shirt. Don't look at the American flag and the eagle on the shirt. That wouldn't fit the narrative, would it? The narrative is leftist, trans person. That's what it has to be, right? It's got to be that. That's what we said it was yesterday. So, okay, I'm going to keep that on the screen just in case you guys need the phone number or anything. Anybody, if there's anybody tuned in Utah, etc., etc. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to like. It's quiet right now because I'm typing this out. Can I like tag the FBI in this? I can't tag the F. Maybe I can do it afterwards. The FBI are asking the public's help for identifying this person of interest connection with the digital media tips. I'm going to be posting exactly their link is busted or they got a good one. There you go. I'm literally just posting what they have written here. How many people have already died in ICE custody? Just asking. Good question to ask. Okay, so I just made a post. I don't think I need to make any. I don't think I need to post it on like my YouTube or anything yet until like we learn a little more. Okay, post is up on the Facebook page. With the photos, you can see it a little better. Here, I'll post it on Discord too in our community. In case you guys aren't on Facebook. I'm only tagging my, you can, if you're a member of the channel, connect your membership to the Discord server, and then I can give you I'm not going to notify my entire server for postings. So I'm just going to notify my YouTube members in the Discord, but you have to have it connected. So just connect your YouTube channel if you're a member to your Discord, and then I can tag you in updates like that. Because you get an automatic role as a member of my YouTube channel, so like they're like Mercado Media member right there. And I can tag you and get you guys updates quick on Discord if you're not on Facebook or any other social media. Discord's really good for that, for this purpose actually. for breaking news and community around it. So this is the latest here in terms of a photo. You got, let me close out some of these quick here. Oh, I should have kept that one up. Close out some of this stuff here. So apparently this is the rifle used, according to New York Post. And the ammo bore. Why don't authorities release footage of the wanted suspect? Former FBI official weighs in. Investigators searching around the clock for Charlie Kirk's killer have good video of the gunman, but they haven't publicized the footage. We're not going to release that at this time. How does the connection? You got to go into your account really quick. So you got to go into your individual setting wheel here. Settings, connections, and then connect your YouTube. Yep. It'll show up because I have sub-enabled servers on, so you'll be able to have that badge next to your name. Display on profile. So we'll have them for Renegade Softball eventually, but gaming channel, this channel you guys are on right now. So you'll become an automatic, you'll have the badge, there you go, like Buffy has. Of course. So there might be good reasons for withholding images. CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe said the technology likely involves recently developed AI-driven soft Palantir shit. Are they using Palantir technology? Millions, potentially hundreds of millions of photographs taken from social media and other places on the internet. Such software could be used to find an array of possible identified photographs that may match your person that help with investigations. But this technology does not come without controversy, he said. For example, there are folks who are concerned about biases that are built into these algorithms that could lead to false identification, things of that nature. And facial recognition software doesn't always link a suspect's face and identity. An attack on one threatens all of our safety and psyche. People who are killers are rare, but are poison. Don't lose your humanity, everyone. I don't think anyone here other than those that are just firing the flames for a civil war are losing their humanity, to be honest. We're trying to maintain it. But honestly, this is not the catalyst for mental health decline for me and many others. Right before, I've reported from the front lines of a war. Ukraine is being bombed this isn't the starting point to how somebody could be not doing well out here because of the information that we're consuming. There's we just had a mass shooting in Minnesota and kids were killed, and we had to we went to the vigil. I wasn't out there reporting on the scene, but we went to the vigil and I reported from the vigil. So the FBI needs your help identifying this person of interest with what looks like an American flag with an eagle. So you got the rifle, the FBI asking for help. I'll put that in the front. Where is the rifle at this time? Did they already ditch it? What stairs are these? Oof. Okay, so we'll keep that up. Yeah, they did. Also, they did fire the head of the FBI field office a few weeks ago. Pretty unbelievable. Almost 24 hours after the Charlie Kirk shooting, and the apparent area where the gunman escaped was wide open with journalists like me walking all around. They just put up some tape closing off the area. Men's black disabled veteran t-shirt. Is that the t-shirt he's wearing? That's what that looks like. Land of the free, home of the brave. It's like the War of the Worlds movie, the new one. That's bad. Gotta go check my Amazon. What's it called? Disabled veteran t-shirt. Land of the free, home of the brave. Please pull up an image of the Mauser rifle. We have the image of the supposed rifle from the New York Post up. The image of a Mauser rifle. A Jeggy's Treasures. Maybe I just gotta look that up. Maybe it's not on Amazon. Looks very similar. Hard to tell with that pixelated ass video or the picture. It's not a moon. It's not a moon. It's a sticker. Is that him? According to it's a suspect, person of interest. They need the public's help identifying the person of interest in connection with Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley University. Yes, this is at least a person of interest. Who knows if it's the shooter or that? It's a person of interest right now. Stephen Miller. There's an ideology that's been steadily growing in this country which hates everything that is good, righteous, and beautiful. It celebrates everything that is warped, twisted into blah, 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 blah. The fate of millions depends on the defeat of this wicked ideology. The fate of our children, our society, this is all his Project 2025 playing out. So we have a picture of the firearm. You got a person of interest. So that's, I'm just going to leave that there for a minute. I'll leave that in our queue here. Let's go to the news reports and see if there's anything going on.
Lives lost and the heroism shown.
Yeah, stream's still out there. So this is live out at the scene, so at least we have some background noise. I'm not just dead ass quiet. My bad. I'm just reading. Well, that's the scene. No way it's live. It is. Well, not right. It's AP. Of course it's live. This is at the campus right now. The school is closed. It's like old news now. 4 hours ago. So we'll leave that T-shirt up. That looks very similar to the one we're seeing in the person of interest photo from FBI Salt Lake City. Did Kash Patel make another post today saying that they have him in custody? That's apparently a photo of the firearm, of the rifle. Nothing from Kash Patel. Oh, they retweeted the Salt Lake City post asking for help. Put in the comments who you guys are watching from. Kirk wasn't far right. He was. Anyone labeling him a moderate is wrong. Or you're more extreme than he was, which means you'd be even further right than Charlie Kirk was. Unless you're willing to say that the Civil Rights Act was moderate conservatism, and I don't think that would be true, because then we'd still be under segregation. We got Connecticut, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, South St. Paul. What up, South St. Paul? Las Vegas, Nevada, Phoenix, South Carolina. We got Utica, New York, Surrey, United Kingdom. You said it sounds like a waterfall. Enjoy safety meeting touring from Chicago. Yeah, I'm about to have one a little bit just to calm down. I still haven't slept. Anyone else still up from yesterday? Am I the only one? Put a 1 in the chat if you're still up from yesterday. I'm talking like I went to bed. What day is it today? Thursday? Yeah, Tuesday. Well, I went to bed that day, I think. Let me turn down the noise a little bit.
Celebrities are reacting to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Kirk, a conservative activist and co-founder of Turning Point USA, was fatally shot at Utah Valley University on September 10th while on Turning Point USA's American Comeback Tour. President Donald Trump announced the 31-year-old's death in a Truth Social post, writing in part, "He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us." Meghan McCain took to X shortly after, writing, "Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. The mark you have made on the world will forever be a blessing and memory."
Okay, we reread most of them. I thought it was like more than just their tweets. Charlie Kirk martyred by demons.
And it will take us years to put it out. You will never put out this fire.
All right, let's listen to MAGA themselves right now.
All those other presidents, the left was fine with them because they were submitting to progressive fascism, ratchet click by ratchet click. It was Trump that came to our defense.
Trump
against
saved
the
us.
demonic forces of progressive fascism. That's why you hate him. That's why you're violent. Trump opened the world's eyes to the dark forces of the deep state. Now we can see what liberty looks like again, and we like it. Now we can recognize the progressive fascist boot on our necks, and we don't like that.
The progressive fascists.
So, of course, there's violence. There's violence to compel us to submit to your authority. And I, for one, decline your kind offer of submission. Just bake the cake, you bigot. No, not doing that. Not today. Probably not tomorrow. Mike Nellis writes, every elected Democrat and left-wing influencer has condemned Kirk's murder, while right-wing pundits are frothing, blaming the left, claiming we want them dead, that we're at war. This will just fuel more violence, which at this point seems to be exactly what the right wants. Shame on every one of them. Isn't this remarkable? This take from the left. This take from the left. You know what it made me think of? It made me think of this. The progressive fascist playbook. Step 1, call everyone Hitler. Step 2, assassinate opposition political figures. Step 3, call for a timeout. Be shocked that this happened. Blame your victims for the violence you inflict.
You see this world that they craft? You see the world, and then you got to realize this is a Temu guy doing this with, you know, almost 200,000 more subscribers than I have. But this is like Charlie Kirk, but this guy doing it. Kind of like a Wish version of Gertis. We finally found one. What is this? But yeah, this is the rhetoric that they're in all day long. But this is even before Charlie Kirk was murdered. You're like, what are they talking about? What are they saying all day? You guys remember I debated a MAGA, the biker guy, and it was cancer the whole time, debating. Meanwhile, also them.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president.
So intense.
In our nation that still exists today. It's as bad as ever. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. Remember that? Trayvon Martin, the vicious, violent thug.
That is literally right-wing content. That's right-wing content there, all day, and then they leave their little bubble, and then they're like, "Hey, why do you not tolerate us? Why do you not tolerate us? This is normal." Because in their world, this rhetoric is just normal. Like, that's just normal life, and like is based and is facts, and that is like the facts of life for them. And then when they have to engage with us, normal people, they're confused as to why we are like absolutely rejecting this, because they're living in this echo chamber of this bullshit. Holy. Just checking in on MAGA to see if the temperature, hey, this is a time that we need to come together. No, they're not about that at all. Never have been. Bernie having a rally? Let's see if there's any new reports up yet on YouTube, but not yet. No video reports. Listen, your disapprovals, your guys' displeasure means nothing. I've seen what you clap for. It's the same shit that we just played on the video.
On this horrible day, long live Charlie's dream. Thank you for matching. Yep, you can count on it. I'll cover it when I do it. I'll cover it in another show. Give everyone the total we raised and the matching and where it was sent.
Also, when does attorneys get to become political influencers?
Thank you, Christine. Liberty in Trust, $50. As his children, let us live the way our Father in heaven expects us to live. His expectation is high. Let us not disappoint. Much is given, much is expected. Much of value must be defended. Marshall Harrison, $10. Like Sir Galahad, Charlie was too good for this world and God called him back.
Yuck. I found something worse than, oh man. This dude's just cooking off the super chats of Charlie's death, I guess, huh? God called him back. Holy shit, dude. I need to smoke. Just cooking, bro. That's random MAGA attorney that has some things to say today. Listen up, liberal. As if it's different. So what changes is if you just become this guy now? Like, let's be honest. Like, where does it go from where you've already been? You guys shot up Bud Light cans because Dylan Mulvaney was on them. Where do you go from this guy?
He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it! Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving in a Provo right now. I'm so pissed. Damn it!
Guy's gonna pop a blood vessel. Literally losing his hair. That's not normal to be like that, you know? Just going nuts. JD Howard, thank you for becoming a supporter. Really losing it. I mean, that's where is that? That's it. I mean, be so serious. And that's, are you gonna do the White Lives Matter protests? Go to those and be a jackass? Like, what are you gonna go do? Yeah, he's very, very mad. And blood vessels pop out, and he's sweating, and then they'll forget about it in like 3 weeks. Because some other political thing will happen that they can cook up. Meanwhile, we'll see if justice for Charlie's murder actually happens. Charlie, what's ironic is like, this was the own death of Charlie. If Charlie was covering it, would be like not caring at all. Utah Valley University campuses will be closed Monday, as school says. You think they'll forget in 3 weeks? 2 weeks. All classes and campus events are canceled until then. It set an emergency alert on the site. UVW will make available a host of mental health resources, including access to counselors for students and staff. You gotta realize, chat, this thing is a hive mind. So there's the 30 other people saying the same thing that just gained a bunch of viewers and followers. Because that's how they work over there. At the shooting, at the scene, I already played a video for you guys of the very youth that was being influenced, grabbing the hats off of Charlie's table that he had. Grab me one. No, grab me one.
Yo, grab your hat. Let's go up, guys. Come on. Let's go up, guys. I don't know. Let's go. I have no idea. Let's go. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Get the fuck out. What? Let's go.
Give me a hat. Mark, go to bed. Wait till something new comes up. There's new stuff. This just happened. We're asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Peck had a good one, it looks like. In today's Votnik Soup, I'll cover the agenda setting and flood of disinformation that spread on X and other platforms right after Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's far from the first or last time a tragedy has been weaponized for political purposes. Every major political event, especially those involving violence, attracts massive attention. In the immediate aftermath, reliable information is scarce, making it highly vulnerable to both coordinated and improvised disinformation campaigns. Absolutely. As I mentioned in my previous soups and lectures, in disinformation campaigns, being first with the narrative is crucial, as people often remember the first version best. Psychology studies show it sets the mental schema, and later updates rarely overwrite it. The Kremlin knows this very well, which is why they aggressively push their own false versions of events like the MH17 downing, the Nord Stream pipeline sabotage, or the Skripal poisonings. They came up with over 20 different stories about what had happened for this one. After Charlie Kirk's assassination, MAGA-aligned accounts rushed to blame political opponents. Among the provocateurs were Elon Musk, the world's richest man, and Donald Trump, the president of a waning yet still dominant superpower. The President of the United States also swiftly blamed rhetoric from the radical left for inciting political violence, implying that it was such discourse that had created the conditions that led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. In his AI-generated video. Elon Musk tweeted, "The left is a party of murder," called it an American Reichstag fire, after which Adolf Hitler persecuted German communists, and Laura Loomer urged shutting down, defunding, and prosecuting every single leftist organization. The left is the party of murder from Elon Musk. Okay, Tom Danks, my bad. My bad, I forgot you were here around. Charlie Kirk began assassinating the American Reichstag fire. It's the time for the complete crackdown of the left. Every Democratic politician must be arrested and the party banned under RICO. Every libtard commentator must be shut down. Stochastic terrorism, they caused this. How many people know that the Reichstag fire was started by a Dutch communist who hoped to inspire a workers' uprising in Germany? It's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, and prosecute every single leftist organization. Charlie Kirk dies from his injuries. His life cannot be in vain. We must shut these lunatic leftists down once and for all. The left is a national security threat. From now on, chat, you know what you should do to your family members and like, and whatever. Send them this. Send them like all of the top influencers. And then watch them like, well, I don't agree with everything they say. Or they'll say that right away. I don't agree with, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Laura Loomer. I don't agree with everything she says. Libs of TikTok, this is war. Eagle Guntherman, they've declared war. If I'm being perfectly honest, I think I'm beginning to lose the will to be tolerant. If tolerance means the end of Western civilization, then we cannot be tolerant. Elon was right. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. Yeah, billionaire, almost now trillionaire Elon Musk is going to be on the front lines of the war, of this whatever with you. South African. Alex Jones, we're in a war. One of the main narratives for the was a call for a civil war. Major MAGA aligned accounts like Libs of TikTok, Gunther Eagleman, and even Elon Musk echoed this, and their posts amplified by X's bot and troll networks. Another target was the Democratic Party with accounts like Joey Marinino, who is our favorite black woman, who got caught using his alt account, which is like supposed to be like a black woman who's a conservative. And CN Aesthetics and Sean M. Davis calling to label it a terrorist organization, while many others demanded the party to be shut down entirely. It's worth noting that these claims came before any evidence at all about the shooter emerged. This is textbook example of agenda setting 101. showing how MAGA Republicans have borrowed a strategy from the Kremlin's authoritarian playbook. Whenever there's a big event, set the agenda. Like it happened yesterday. And right-wing influencers and people that get influenced by the right wing hit me with all this bullshit. The left. The left did this. The left. And then it just becomes assumed after that instead of like fact-finding. The killing has already sparked several conspiracy theories from both ends of the political spectrum, as usual. Cheyenne has been actively debunking these, and I highly recommend giving them a follow. Also, go through the main narratives below. Charlie Kirk was clearly killed by a government agency or organization of some sort by a professionally trained sniper. This has nothing to do with the left, so I'm not sure why we are supposed to hold our tongue. This is capitalist on capitalist violence. I don't think you people understand this man in charge of security for Charlie Kirk is owned by Israel. Running some of the fringe takes here. How do we know Trump didn't order Kirk's assassination as a distraction from Epstein and a tactic to start the civil unrest he needs to declare martial law and delay the 2026 midterms? Is that the one? Jackson Hinkle, even. Charlie Kirk said he feared Israel would kill him if he stepped out of line. Netanyahu paused his attacks on 7 different countries to tweet about Charlie minutes after the attack. The arrested suspect was a patsy and the shooter is still on the run. Am I hearing this right? Anonymous accounts like Uber Soy 1 began doxing entirely innocent people. That account quickly jumped on the transphobic bandwagon, doxing a 17-year-old. Yeah. So just to catch you guys up, I don't think we have anything new from the FBI Salt Lake City other than asking for the identification or help with the identification of a person of interest. They're given the phone number there, 1-800-CALL-FBI, if you have any information. They did find a rifle. There's the rifle. I'm looking for new information. Mauser bolt action rifle. It's imported. How do you get that? My volume's down. Can you hear me? I'm probably just getting tired. You guys still talking about Charlie Kirk? So the world must stop? What do you mean the world must stop? The world continues. Tons of things happening today. Volume is not too high. It's from this. It's the background of the campus. We got a live feed of it. That's what's going on. At the scene still. Yeah. I think I was just playing rain sounds. Just trying to calm the vibe down, or no, I have the feed up. I was just trying to find information. Browsing. No audio needed, in my opinion. I mean, kind of. If it's kind of like kind of quiet, especially if I'm browsing and trying to read. It's like keeping you guys in silence. It's kind of tough. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading up to the identification and arrest of the individuals responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. They have nothing. They have nothing. They have nothing. Is the audio really that bad? Is it annoying? Is it that bad? Is that better? I turned it down. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest of the individuals responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk on September 10th, 2025. Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Call 1-800-CALL-FBI and submit photo and video. It's a fountain. It's not the wind. It's a fountain at the university. It's either you get a little fountain or we're in dead silence. There you go. There, vehicles driving by. So it looks like he's got they have a memorial out there. Got a bunch of flowers. May Charlie be received into the merciful arms of Jesus, our loving Savior. Oh, it's outside of Turning Point USA headquarters.
How far out are you?
Thanks, Boo. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. There was nothing other than the claim of like just being a religious man that Charlie did, that to be religious, the things he advocated for, God would not approve. At least not the God I was raised to know, that I don't really engage with anymore because of this shit. This is the exact reason why, actually. You guys are watching it. Why have I became... Well, I don't go to church anymore. That's done. No interest in that one. I don't... Even if I was, like, interested in maybe, like, that, I wouldn't go back to church again. That's for sure. Would never happen again. But this very, like... And coming from this world, like, that's probably why. because I grew up with this. And then when you're an adult now, and I'm out here, and then to have Charlie, when he was alive, say the things he would say about people, and this is like so twisted to me, actually. People get their space to grieve, obviously, for their loss of Charlie Kirk and one of their favorite influencers, for sure. But this whole thing is like, were any of these people, do they go to the vigil for their kids being killed? Do they cry and have a moment and freak out but no, because it really is just team sports and politics. And they have their world, and the rest of us are in whatever world we're in. And Charlie is a part of their world. And in their world, Charlie Kirk is a religious god man. I know, we got the $100,000 reward announced. We posted that one out. I got to post it up personally, but I've put it on the stream. Yep, that's already been, I already had that on the screen. I just gotta share it. I'm reposting. One second, y'all. 1 second. Okay, we got the post up. MAGA's worst day ever. This is like after they lost the election in 2020.
Thank you for coming. No, no problem. Ok, yo le pregunto cuando tenga tiempo, cuando esté listo, yo te lo
Put in the chat where you guys are tuned in from. Put in the chat where you're watching from, what city, what state, where in the world you are. You got the scene in Utah. You got outside of Turning Point USA and supporters going there. What's the chat over here saying? Imagine bringing your kids to this, literally. Kids don't need to be around this, but MAGA parents are poorly educated. Dang. Well, no, it's part of the experience of growing up conservative. Santa Barbara, California. What up, Los Angeles? What up, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Killeen, Texas? What up, LA? Just checking in. We got a couple live feeds outside of Turning Point USA. And also outside of the scene in Utah. What up, Kansas? You said Nancy Mace opened her mouth and said a left-wing lunatic on a live Kirk and left-wing. Yeah, not just Nancy Mace, but many others. The majority, actually, were saying that. Or all of them, actually. No, I don't think there was one MAGA that was like, you know, let's wait for the facts on this. It was pretty much like the left did this. Come on, bro, you know they did this. They don't like Charlie Kirk like we do, bro. They make fun of him. We would never do that. It said suggestion for you. Okay. You said you can't believe what Nancy Pelosi said, or Nancy Mace said? Yeah, I know. 100,000 reward. FBI shared images of a person of interest that is seeking it as it investigates the Charlie Kirk shooting. GOP Representative Don Bacon said he wishes President Trump would unite the country after the Kirk shooting, but he's a populist, and populists dwell on anger. And I have to remind people, we had Democrats killed in Minnesota too, right? Yeah, we did. You guys think that he's going to be caught? We do a poll. Let's do a poll. Yes, no, or unsure. Do you think the shooter escaped completely? So looking up information, we got a live feed going in the background for you guys. Thank you, Nell. Thank you, Kylie. And everybody that's been supporting. Yeah, I'm just looking. Yeah, I'm not seeing much else, guys, other than like a bunch of takes. You got the feed going right now in the background. But, you know, I think it might be a time to break for a while. Might be a time for a pause until we get more relevant information so I can go and rest for a while. Or at least try to. Maybe. Probably won't. Yeah, go to bed. Yeah, I'm going to. Anyways, all right, guys. More coverage to come, though. Like, we'll get more information and actually some more news. Hopefully, the FBI is asking for public help. They're offering a $100,000 bail, or sorry, $100,000 reward. I'm tired, so for any information on that, you got the rifle, and that's where we're at with it. Okay. That is, that's what's going on. We got not a complete FBI report. Here you go. No suspect in custody. Person detained earlier was released. Officials say it was a target attack with a high-profile rifle from a rooftop. FBI says they've got good video footage of a suspect who looks college-aged, which they have posted. And we've also posted on Mercado Media. Well, I guess I didn't post it here. I gotta repost this one. But here's the images. You guys can find that on Mercado Media, Facebook page, etc. Thank you so much, Jim. Leave a subscribe. Join the Discord server. Link is in the description. All that good stuff, you guys. And we'll be back when we got more information. See you then.